Yeah. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvasesa Sunyavari Paschachadi Satarine. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Srivasari Go Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Srivasari Go Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadha Srivasari Go Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Nila Premadhana, Karuna Prachur. Acharya Thakur. Kahamora Sanatana. Sorry. Kahamora Svarupa. Kahasanata. Kaha Saragunata Patita Pavan Kahamora Bhata Juga Kahakavira Eko kaleko tagela Goranatarat Eko kaleko Vasane kutibo mata Anale Pashibo Goranga Gunera Nidhi Kotagele Pavo Se Saba Sangira Sange Ye Koilo Vilas Se Sangana Paya Kande Narotamadas Ye Anila Premadana Karuna Prachu Eno Prabhu Kotagela Acharya Thakur Jaya Vaishnav 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 Thakur Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Jaya Vaishnav Thakur Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Srila Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada ki jai. he who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where has such a personality of Srinivas Acharya gone?
Jai Srila Prabhupada ki. So hearty welcome everyone. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy lives to be here, honouring Srila Prabhupada, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Founder Acharya of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Today is the 47th anniversary of Srila Prabhupada's final disappearance pastime. On the 14th of November, approximately 7:25 in the evening, Srila Prabhupada entered into Radha and Krishna's Nitya Leela, eternal pastimes in the spiritual world. So we will follow the usual protocols for observing disappearance anniversaries of our acharyas, known as Tirubhav Mahotsava. Mahotsava means a great festival. So someone may question on a disappearance anniversary, why a festival? And the disappearance in Gaudiya Vaishnavism is actually considered even more auspicious than the appearance day, because on the disappearance of the Acharya, we can look back and reflect and meditate and recall and realize the wonderful contributions, the life, the pure life of great acharyas like Srila Prabhupada. So it's a wonderful occasion, and we will start very shortly, right on time. This is wonderful. Early days, but it's 10:30. So we will have homages from, first of all, our disciples of Srila Prabhupada, initiated disciples of His Divine Grace. And then we have quite a list of second and third generation followers of Srila Prabhupada who have also expressed their desire to speak today. So, and that will take us up to approximately 11:50, when we will have Pushpanjali, offering of flowers, petals, and Srila Prabhupada's Guru Puja. And at 12:30 approximately, the feast will be served. And just a reminder for many devotees who are of course working today or going to school, there will be another program this evening at 5:30, commencing at 5:30 for those devotees who can't make it now. So you can spread the word to your friends. It's always a very moving evening program as well, honouring Srila Prabhupada. So we have some designated helpers today, which we're very grateful for. First and foremost, we have co-MCs today, as these festivals get bigger and more grand here at New Govardhan. So Krishna Rupa and I will be your co-MCs this morning, everyone, or as I like to refer to it as SCs. Rather than Masters of Ceremonies, we're Servants of Ceremonies. So Krishna Rupa will be my fellow servant of ceremonies. Very grateful for her. She'll be taking over a little bit later on. Shanta Krishna Prabhu is our timekeeper today. He was the only one I saw in the temple room amongst the men this morning, and our ladies have done sterling service in years gone by as timekeepers. Oh, one thing I forgot is a bell. Would somebody love to run to the... Thank you so much. The big one. The big noisy one. Thank you very much, Sadhana. Yes. So yes, Shanta Krishna Prabhu will be the bell ringer today. 5 minutes, everyone, to give maximum amount of devotees an opportunity to speak and glorify Srila Prabhupada on this important occasion. So 5 minutes, the bell will toll, and then if you're on a roll, another minute, and then the bell will toll again. And by that time, the vibes should get to you to wind up and give chance for another devotee. Narahari Prabhu will lead the prayers at 12 o'clock, honouring our glorious Gaudiya Vaishnav disciplic succession, and he's also agreed to lead the kirtan as well. And he's going to be singing the melody, the Guruvastika melody that he's grown up with in Mayapur, which is perhaps a little different to the one some of us are familiar with, the midday raga in the West, but this is a very authentic Mayapur raga sung on such occasions at lunchtime. And Sajani's here on tech support. Hari, so thinking, Sajani, why don't we just leave that there, huh? It's a very nice meditation, Yaya Nilo Pramadana with Srila Prabhupada. Oh, thank you so much. We've blown it up. That's why you're on tech support today. So thank you for that. If it gets really windy, we can wind up the screen. Now, I might just have to ask someone. Lucas, would you mind just elevating the microphone stand and maybe moving the harmonium out of the way and those instruments? We do have a chair, Prabhu's. Yes, if you're more comfortable, you can sit in that chair and read your offering. But maybe bring it up even more, Lucas. Yeah, bring the microphone right up, because I think, yeah. So for someone who's standing, yes, standing. That's not too high, because some of us aren't quite that tall, Lucas. Sorry to be so bossy. And if that harmonium, you could just go to the side here. Appreciate it, Prabhu. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Mukunda Maharaj, we're hoping will attend, but Maharaj's health, as we all know, is not very good at the moment. So we will proceed, and we hope Maharaj may be able to come a bit later on. But as always, I'm just looking here, hiding behind. Is Rasarani here? Couldn't make it today. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen. That's all right. If she comes, yes, we'll certainly. But, sorry, my eyesight's really failing badly here, everyone. So if I have to scan around. Fantastic. Thank you. Mukunda Maharaj will be here about 10:45, everyone, so we look forward to that. But I'm just spotting here. Vasu, where aha, Hare Krishna. So Prabhu, would you like to speak first, please? Thank you. And then after Vasu, Ambika, please. Thank you. So you've got extra time. Start speaking now. You might get an extra minute before the bell arrives. Yeah. Oh, the bell's here. Okay. Oh, very quick. Oh, okay. Fantastic. Nice work, Santa Krishna.
Dear Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I'm nudging just over 50 years since I began serving you in September 1974. I was only in the temple for a few days when word went around the world that you were gravely ill in Vrindavan. So every temple began a 24-hour kirtan. Because I was just new, I wasn't offered any instruments to play. So I was whisking you during the graveyard shift from 2 a.m. to 4:30 a.m. I sincerely prayed to Krishna that your health would recover. But personally, I still wasn't sure about a lifetime commitment of service to Krishna under your guidance. But when I actually saw you in person the next year at Melbourne Temple, particularly at your darshan, after I asked the question, then you asked, why are these devotees not living in the temple? In a great voice that felt like a boom microphone sending sound waves in my direction, exploding in my head. I knew that it was time to join up. The ecstasy of your association was there in Melbourne Temple in 1975 and 1976, when you came back for 1 week at a time. Then the whole ISKCON Yatra was able to squeeze into the temple room. That was our intimate moment with you, our mini 26 2nd Avenue, New York moment like the early days. You gave class every evening. We just heard one of the epic classes that you gave here this morning. Krishna Kirtan graciously put it on. And I remember you being at Sundara Adi. Now, Guru Kripa Swami at that point in time was leading the Sundara Adi, and there'd be a gap between the deities and yourself, so you could get a clear vision of yourself. So you get a clear vision of the deities. So Guru Kripa, he would chant before the deities, and he would go running through the temple and jump up just before your steps there and land right in front of you, and you would give a big beaming smile. And then he would do it again. He'd run up and big jump and jump right in front of you, and I would be standing there watching this reciprocation going on between spiritual master and disciple. It was very entertaining. So there were so many wonderful moments at that point in time.
Could somebody grab a chair for Mukunda Maharaj, please?
50 years later, no temple in Australia is able to squeeze the devotees from their own yatra in there. And the sign says here, I just read it, 74 million Bhagavad Gitas have been distributed throughout the world. So I will finish with something of a quatrain from a famous astrologer we all know. His name is Nostradamus. I was reading through some of his predictions for this decade, and one was, there will be a person that will rise up from the east and spread peace throughout the world. The facilitator mentioned that some think it could be a powerful political personality coming from the east that will unite the world, but at this point none seem to be forthcoming. Others believe that it could be a spiritual leader that will bring about peace, harmony, and unite this world. In my eyes, that sounds like you, Srila Prabhupada. You're the one. You always stated that. I have given you the foundation. Now the legacy is up to us. And I'm proud to have been a part of your mission and will continue to do so. You're a pretty worthless servant, Vasishrestha Das.
Jai Hari Bol. Thank you, Vasishrestha Prabhu. Mukunda Maharaj, did you want to speak now? Yeah? Fantastic. Thank you so much. Welcome. And then Ambika. That's okay. Sure. There is a chair, yeah. If Maharaj would prefer the chair.
Thank you. I'll stand.
Okay.
I prefer to stand. Hare Krishna. So I haven't prepared anything, and I think there's other parts of the world that are having a much more elaborate celebration than what we're experiencing here. I know there's an elephant parade in Mayapur, and it's everybody is participating in a big festival, but this is a step in the right direction. So I looked up a few things that I'll talk about. I think that it's possible to discuss Prabhupada and what he did for years on end and lifetimes. And I even wrote a whole book called Miracle on 2nd Avenue, which if you're interested, you can probably get it at the bookshop. But anyway, the passage I'm going to read was from 1976, from a room conversation that took place in Tehran in August of 1976. And Prabhupada was talking about his, it was this kind of an informal conversation. He was talking about his early years. And I'm going to quote exactly what was said, what he transcribed. Thank you. They are younger. They are all my children. They are all my children, childhood playmates. Their older brothers, their oldest one, was very, very intimate friend, Srideshwar Mullik. We used to ride on the same perambulator when we were 3 or 4 years old. And Rath Yatra ceremony was performed with all these guests. There were about, in our neighborhood, there were 4, 5 houses. So all the children the same age. And then this is the quote I underlined. I was the leader. Laughs. Yes, I was performing Radhastami, Janmashtami, and I was learning how to dress Radha Govinda. Yes. And then this other excerpt is from a lecture he delivered in 1973 in Los Angeles. He says, this is a transcription. So when I met Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, it is a long story how I met him. One of my friends dragged me. I think this was on the disappearance day of Prabhupada's Diksha Guru, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami, laughing. And he was laughing himself. And then in square brackets, the word laughter, which means that everyone was chuckling. Then it goes on, he goes on to say, I was at that time nationalist and manager of a big chemical factory. My age was about... What does that mean? Huh? Oh, ignore it. Okay. My age was about 24 years old. So some of my friend, he asked me, I'm just, even though this is not perfect grammatically, I'm just reading. He asked me that, quote, open quote, there is a nice sadhu, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, just like so. There are so many sadhus, so I am not very much. Because I had a very bad experience, not very good, so I said, oh, these kind of sadhus, there are many. You'll be glad to know that even my in young age, or early age, it was Krishna's grace. Even amongst my young friends, I was considered the leader. Laughter. And he chuckles, and then the audience laughs. In my school days, in my college days, in my private friendship, some way or other, I became the leader. Those are Prabhupada's words. And one astrologer, sometimes he read my hands. He said in Hindi, Hukam Kalega Ne. Hukam Kalega Le. Your hand speaks that your order will be executed. And then all the devotees said Jai. I want to say one thing about what Prabhupada has talked in lectures about Raghunath Goswami. Raghunath Goswami is one of the 6 Goswamis, was a very astute and very wealthy man. His parents were the Majumdar brothers, Hiranya and I forget his uncle's name. Hiranya and Govardhan Majumdar. So they were employed by the government, and they were very wealthy people. But they were tax collectors. And at that time, the people who ran the government were Mohammedans. And I don't know if they didn't like Hindus or there was some tension between the two of them, but at some point, the Majumdar brothers, Hiranya and Govardhan, they were doing something wrong. They weren't turning all their collection money back into the government, and somehow they were detected. So the government decided that they should be arrested. But the Majumdar brothers got wind of this, and without telling Raghunath, they just disappeared. They fled before the government people came to arrest them. And when the government people came to the house, there was nobody home except for young Raghunath, and he was a teenager at that time. He was maybe about 16 years old or thereabouts. And he didn't know anything about why his father and his uncle had fled. He just didn't know anything. So the government people thought, well, where are they? Where's your father? Where's your uncle? And he told the truth by saying he didn't know. So the government people arrested him, and he was taken into custody. And then after he was taken into custody, he spoke to them in such a way that they released him. They didn't charge him with malpractice. And one of the things that Kaviraj Goswami writes about this incident is that they just looked at his face, and just by seeing his face, they melted, and they decided not to pursue this any further. And he returned home, and all the charges against his father and uncle were dropped because he was so expert. And in another lecture on Nectar of Devotion, Prabhupada says that Jiva Goswami has written that it is considered an offense to be neglectful of ordinary things. So in a sense, Raghunath was not neglectful of ordinary things. He was an expert diplomat, and he spoke with these arresting officers in such a way that they decided to drop all the charges. So the Goswamis were not only very expert in spiritual matters, and they wrote very voluminously, but they were also expert in convincing people what to do. There's another story about, I think it's Sanatan Goswami, who was, after he resigned from the government service, his boss was a Mohammedan. He was put in jail by the Nawab, who didn't like the fact that he resigned. So he thought, well, I'm going to escape. So he thought the best way to escape is to give some money to the jailers. So he gave them a very large sum of money. And they were not very impressed. They don't change their mind. So he gave them some more money. And this time, the jailers said, okay, we'll let you go. But what will I be able to say to my boss, the Nawab? That how did you escape? How is it possible that you let him go? And Raghunath Swami said, I'll tell you a story that you can tell him. It may not be true, but it will keep you from being persecuted or from being killed by your boss. And the story was that even though he was in shackles are iron chains that keep their legs together, and it was a custom at that time for the jailer to accompany the prisoners to evacuate. And they went off to the river, and they did it outside. They evacuated outside. So he says to the jailer, he said, you tell the Nawab that you accompanied him all the way to the river. And then all of a sudden, without your knowing it, he jumped into the river. And the current was so swift that even though I dove in and tried to get back to him, I couldn't catch him. And he thought that was a very good story to tell his boss. And so that's what happened, according to what I read. And this Sanatan Goswami, who at that time had a Mohammedan name because he worked for the Mohammedan government, joined Lord Chaitanya and became one of the great leaders of the Krishna consciousness movement. So Raghunath shows us that you not only have to be an expert in spiritual matters, but you have to be able to do the needful. You have to be able to be diplomatic and to tell things that aren't exactly correct if it's a matter of life and death or a matter of preserving your spiritual acumen. So these are some things that Prabhupada said about Raghunath Goswami and Sanatan. Anyway, I could go on for hours and years and lifetimes, but anyway, I've put it into a book called Miracle on 2nd Avenue, which I think you can, if you're interested in a bit of walking down memory lane and a bit of history, that's available. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maharaj. Ambika and then Ram Prasad, please. We just need at least a meter right at the entranceway, an avenue, because devotees are coming in and going out. Yeah, thank you so much. Plenty of good seats here in the front.
Vishnu Bhadai Krishna Pasthaya Utale Smati Bhakti Vinanda Swami Nityanamni Namaste Saraswati Devam Gauravani Pichani Nivasisa Sunyavani Paschitadi Zatvani. My dear transcendental, wonderful spiritual master, today in 1977 you left our association and you returned to your beloved Radha and Krishna in Goloka Vrindavan. You who so kindly gave us the method for finishing our samsara cycles, you who are the extinguisher of the forest fire of material existence, you returned to the eternal abode. As Mahaprabhu's dear representative, you chanted in ecstasy, you danced, sang and played musical instruments all over the planet, spreading the Sankirtan movement. You installed many beautiful deities and taught us how to worship Radha and Krishna properly. You personally fed the devotees Bhagavat Prasad, and you taught your disciples to please Krishna with nice offerings. You eagerly instructed us on the unlimited conjugal pastimes of Sri Radha Madhava, relishing describing their qualities, names and forms. Within your heart you performed your eternal seva to Radha and Krishna in the groves of Vrindavan. You are honoured as much as Krishna because you're such a confidential servant. Through your mercy we received the benediction of Krishna. Without your grace we cannot make any progress. Therefore we always remember and praise you. All glories unto you. So as you may have picked up, this is the Samsara prayers that we sing every morning for Srila Prabhupada. So we sing this meaningful, potent prayer of Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti every morning, describing the glories of the spiritual master. But what is this, Srila Prabhupada? Your daily activities far exceeded those described. We can add your tireless translation and writing to the nights of the most pertinent holy books imaginable, the future law books for the next 10,000 years. We can add your setting up of Gurukulas and other Vaishnava training institutions. We can add your establishment of farms for simple living and high thinking. We can add your amazing preaching to all kinds of people, famous, infamous, large and small personalities across the globe. You could charm anyone, Srila Prabhupada, and you did. We can add your beautiful exchanges even with the devotee children, your sincere encouragement of the women, and training of the brahmacharis and grihastas. We can add your mystic attributes, devotees seeing you surrounded by effulgence, no footprints in the dew on many occasions, the way you knew everyone's thoughts. And I'm sure that you all look at those Srila Prabhupada memories. Pretty much everybody says, Srila Prabhupada knew what I was thinking and he would act accordingly. It's very amazing. Devotee after disciple after disciple say the same thing. We can add your amazing management abilities as you established and nourished this worldwide movement filled with devotional neophytes who knew nothing about Krishna but loved you. Of course, we have that wonderful example of Mr. Nair in Bombay, how Srila Prabhupada beguiled and tricked and got Hare Krishna land. And then there's a very nice example in Vrindavan, how that land came. And Shyamasundar Prabhu talks about it in his book, Chasing Rhinos with the Swamis, very highly recommended for anyone. And this happened when they went to see the lady who was going to donate land. So they went to their place, the Saraf Bhavan, and there were several rooms there, Srila Prabhupada and some of the devotees. And as they were meeting with the devotees and Mr. and Mrs. Saraf, in burst this furious lady and started to say that, no, what are you talking about? You promised that land to me. And then Srila Prabhupada, she was with an MP and someone else, and Srila Prabhupada and she was kind of angry at the Saraf, so Srila Prabhupada arranged that they go into one room separately. And then along came the Radha Damodar people. Prabhupada was trying to get that Radha Damodar rooms perfectly. They came along, so he said, you should go into another room. So in the meantime, Prabhupada is going from one room to another and organising the devotees with papers. There were 6 rooms. It was just an amazing feat. And it was actually a little bit at the end, he was successful. This is in Gurudas's book. Prabhupada was like a great ringmaster in a celestial circus, with a dancing bear in one ring a tightrope act in another, clowns in another, and lions in another. He tamed and charmed us all. And all the documents were drawn up. We got the rooms in Radha Damodar for life. We got the land. Shamadevi couldn't do anything. And Krishnadas Babaji chanted and laughed. It was a wonderful day at Mr. Saraf's place. So this is Srila Prabhupada's magic. So you, Srila Prabhupada, were no ordinary guru. You were and are a glorious, empowered acharya. On this day, we remember all you gave and achieved within 12 magic years, Srila Prabhupada. Your glories cannot be counted. Thank you for giving buckets of blood to make each disciple, as you stated. Thank you for everything. We are eternally grateful. Your insignificant, unworthy servant, Ambika Das.
Thank you, Ambika. Ram Prasad Prabhu, and then Chamari Devi Dasi, please, after Ram. After Ram. Thank you. Fellow MC, SC, Krishna Rupa, could you add to your, when I've got her attention, I'll wait. Sorry. Ramanuja Prabhu is here and would like to speak. Could you add his name to your list, please? He's the temple president of Christchurch, where we had the good fortune to serve Srila Prabhupada for 8 years. So we're very happy to see him and his good wife, Caroline. They come all the way from Christchurch to be here, so later on.
Jai. Omagna Timirandasya Gnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tajmaye Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born into the darkness ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. When our spiritual master forces open our eyes, sometimes because we have been used to the half-light of passion and ignorance, it's painful to get used to the bright light of knowledge. Certainly this was the case in my case. But he forces our eyes open and we become aware of a new, different world. As impersonalists, it's described when an impersonalist achieves liberation, then they metaphorically step over the Guru. But for the Vaishnav, we hold that debt to our spiritual master as very dear. I heard in a class the Sanskrit word for gratitude is kritagya, which literally in Sanskrit means to know what actions have happened. That those great personalities in the past have done so much to help our spiritual life. One of Srila Prabhupada's early disciples asked him, what is the most important verse in the Vedas? And Srila Prabhupada quoted a verse from the Svetashvatara Upanishad. I won't do the Sanskrit, but only unto those great souls who have implicit faith in both the Lord and the spiritual master are all the imports of Vedic knowledge automatically revealed. That it's not when we get a knowledge of ourselves, it comes via the spiritual master. Knowledge of Krishna comes via the spiritual master. Prabhupada says, a sadhu is a saint of spotless character. This is a really high bar for us to try and achieve. It's a lifetime's endeavour. Lord Chaitanya advises us, take advantage of sadhu, shastra and guru. Shastra is our scripture and guru the spiritual master. We don't approach shastra directly. We receive shastra from the guru. And the guru must not contradict shastra and sadhu. Recently in my phone, it popped up a picture of Srila Prabhupada walking down the aisle in a plane. And behind him, Brahmananda. But Srila Prabhupada's expression, of course I zoomed in, and his expression was the same as you would see when he's walking beside the Jamuna or the Ganga. It was tranquil, serene, transcendental. He carried the spiritual world with him. And we know that the spiritual master, there is Vani and Vapu. The Vapu of Srila Prabhupada was a very rare commodity even when he was on this planet. Not many people got physical association. But his Vani is, wave after wave of it is available.
Chamari, thank you. And after Chamari, Devi Dasi, Mahotsa Prabhu, please.
Jai Srila Prabhupada, Namo Vishubhadaya Krishna Sa. Srila Prabhupada, it is actually, as Alanath reconfirmed, or not reconfirmed, stated this morning, and also we know that Vaishnava Sampradaya is that the disappearance of not only yourself but a great person is the more glorious. We can actually see by what you have given and what you have left. And Srila Prabhupada, I googled it, and it said between 800 and 1,000 temples. Temples, farms and restaurants have been established. Now that's absolutely glorious. Whereas some things may disintegrate when their leader leaves, but in this case, Srila Prabhupada, everything has absolutely blossomed. For myself, I have moved and now living on New Govardhan, which is an absolute blessing. And I never realised what a boon this would be. You constantly hear the chanting coming from the men's ashram. You hear the women singing. You come up here. There's so many activities. Where's Damodar? Damodar, this month, there's so many kirtans. I can't tell you how enlivening and how sweet it is. We've just had Savanam Kirtanam. There is virtually a festival here every week. And Srila Prabhupada, you have inspired your disciples and your grand disciples for this to happen. It's truly, absolutely amazing. Srila Prabhupada, another personal note, when you were with us, you always said, I will never leave you. Now, for myself, this is what I always heard, but I obviously did not hear that I will be in your books. And then when you left us, I was absolutely devastated, and it took me a long time to realise, but you, Prabhupada, you said you'll never leave us. And then I realised it's in your books. Your books are wonderful. And actually, even since I've been here, that association of devotees, if I can mention one devotee, young Jeev, who is quite a quiet devotee, but he was cooking in the kitchen, and I so happened to have the big kitchen. I had to go in there and get some bits and pieces. And he started talking about some of your books, Prabhupada, which even inspired me to another height, to really dedicate myself to reading. And so for this Kartik, with the Madhu's actually done the little necklaces of Radharani, is to dedicate even more time to reading your books, Srila Prabhupada, which is absolutely true a blessing. Yes, I totally, deeply, I miss your presence. I miss knowing that Srila Prabhupada is coming. I miss knowing that we're going to have your classes and your welcome lecture and the kirtans. But Prabhupada, your books are with us eternally, and I thank you. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for your association.
Thank you, Chamari. Mahotsaji. And then Sukla Devi Dasi, please. Sukla, have you found someone to read? Fantastic, thank you.
Well, I have not prepared anything either, so... but I've noticed that a lot of devotees have used what I was going to say anyway, so what's the point of being here? To glorify the spiritual master, that's the duty of the disciple. Srila Prabhupada is indeed the most wonderful person anyone could possibly meet when you get to know how extremely humble Srila Prabhupada was. And in fact, his humility is one of the things that disarmed nasty people. And there are, believe it or not, outside of the temple there are nasty people. Prabhupada, through his humility, his humble nature, and his vision that all people are a part and parcel of Krishna, created a good atmosphere, and there was never any trouble when Prabhupada was present. Srila Prabhupada demonstrated so many wonderful attributes. Of course, his true nature is a lover of Krishna. We know that through the symptoms that he exhibited. He always spoke about Krishna. He was always prepared to work hard to please his guru. And as such, he's the perfect example to all of us. If we could just come up to a little fraction of his dedication to please his spiritual master, then I'm sure we will push this movement on and on and on. As far as we understand, the next 10,000 years, who will still be here? Well, I hope for one that I will be, because service to the spiritual master, to please the spiritual master, to gain shraddha from his association, a little bit of faith, that faith then can grow into love of God. And Prema Bhakti, after being awarded love of God, Prema Bhakti is awarded to the devotee. We can't just work to achieve Prema Bhakti. It has to be awarded. But it says in the Brihat Bhagavatamrita that Sanatana Goswami was saying that along with Prema Bhakti, the devotee is given true humility to hold the position of a Prema Bhakta. So it's not easy, but what of value is easy? We need to, Prabhupada always used to say, shoot for the white rhino, which is a little out of taste for today's vegetarians, but the whole idea was to go for the top shelf, go for what seems to be impossible, but in line with the direction given from Guru and Shastra. So Prabhupada spent brief years with us, but in that time he imparted the direction of Guru Shastra. And I remember, I thought Prabhupada, because he did say he'll be with us forever, so I thought, well, he's not going to die in 1977, because a Vaishnava never dies, it's a simple transference. But I didn't think that he was going to leave the planet then. Anyway, I remember I was down in the, what we called the White Building, down the only building on the property actually. And I was walking down the stairs and Sababati came out and announced that, yeah, Prabhupada's gone. And of course, everybody just melted. It's like somebody took the rug under the whole property here. And I fell to the ground. And I've never really recovered from that. But Prabhupada is still with us. And it's through his enthusiasm that we can be enthusiastic. It's through his teachings that we may have knowledge and defeat the darkness. Without reading Prabhupada's books, we cannot really have knowledge. You can't sit on a hill and then be illuminated, or at least it's very rare, I'm sure, with knowledge, true knowledge. What to speak of knowledge of Krishna, which is the topmost knowledge. So Prabhupada gave us the direction to achieve that. He gave us orders, and I just pray that we can still be here, all of us, next year, and maybe double the size, and then the year after double the size, and so we can all go out and have a kirtan, massive kirtan, and convert Wollongbar into the spiritual world. It's partially there. You see devotees walking everywhere down in Wollongbar. It's so blissful, really. So, Srila Prabhupada, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you went through. And he did go through a lot. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Thank you, Mahatsa. Shukla and then Rambaru, Devidasi, please. If some of the devotees want to grab some more chairs from the Krishna Cafe, Ramanuja, yeah, I'd like to see you standing out there in the hot sun. There's plenty more chairs over there. You can grab a few and bring them over if you like. Or there's plenty of nice, cool seats in here.
Hare Krishna, Hare Jai, Srila Prabhupada. Okay. On the shores of the swiftly flowing Mother Ganga emerges an iconic building of traditional beauty, piercing through the tranquil morning chants and song, its golden spiral gleaming as it reflects the rising sun. Sri Mayapur Dham, a vision of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and initiated by A.C. Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada. It will be simply one of the many offerings our beloved spiritual master placed at the feet of his Guru. From the purifying waters of the love of Godhead, as founder Acharya of ISKCON, Srila Prabhupada imparted the standards and instructions which comprise of ISKCON today. All have been given by him. The 26 qualities of devotees are embedded with everything he taught and personally showed us, some of which are fixed in the absolute truth, faultless, benevolent, clean, mild, simple, and completely attached to Krishna. Thus, his heart and mind were constantly submerged in this love of God and the desire to fulfill the mission of his Guru, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. His mood and example radiates boundless compassion for all living entities. Alongside his humility, he expressed profound concern for the suffering of humanity. His unwavering desire to impart the transformative wisdom of Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, permeated all of his writings. These were his expressions of love for all of us. A playful, affectionate exchange with his disciple, Srila Prabhupada, and his initiated disciples was often a personal experience. This is just a little story some people have heard, but it sort of shows Prabhupada's playfulness with his disciples. For myself and another one, such exchange took place in Melbourne when my godbrother Vijayaranya Das, as temple president in New Zealand, and me as head pujari in New Zealand at that time, we were asked to report to Srila Prabhupada as much had taken place in New Zealand, and we were sent to take the temple over. The excitement and anticipation of this event was followed by an interesting set of circumstances. Wanting to present Srila Prabhupada with a gift for the cold Melbourne winter, I had the empathy of deciding on a hat. It began with me adorning myself with a new sari my mother had brought from Singapore. Appropriate, I thought, for going shopping in Melbourne's upmarket department store of George's. I could not find a saffron or orange hat anywhere, so I proceeded to purchase the yellow one. Happy but a little disappointed with my purchase, I proceeded to mount the escalator. As I was heading down, unfortunately, my sari decided it would take another route and decided to be chewed up by the mechanics of the escalator. Trying to put it free was not working, and by the end of this ride, I was left standing with the last run around my waist, surrounded by an array of onlookers. Eventually, from my predicament, the security guard stepped in, turned it off, and proceeded to hand me the now very much destroyed fabric. But I had the hat. So I hurried back, and the two of us ascended the stairs to Srila Prabhupada's room. Prabhupada was smiling and happy at this time. I presented the hat to him. He was very grateful and placed it on his head. But in India, and unknown to me, a practice, somehow or other, it stood like a beacon. Sometimes the Indians, you would see the hat just straight on their head, and it would sit up like a feet, like about a foot up. I kept looking at Srila Prabhupada, amused. Srila Prabhupada said like this with a grin, "So this is how?" I said, "Well, Srila Prabhupada," I didn't want to actually instruct him, but he was my spiritual master, but the hat, it was just like up here. So I said, "Srila Prabhupada, you usually fold it down like this," and I went like this. He then proceeded to fold the base down so it sat perfectly, and when the tilt of his head, smiling and a large grin, said to me like this. It was so sweet and disarming. His playful nature relieved us of any formality. This yellow hat can be seen in many pictures. He wore it right after leaving Australia at the San Francisco Rath Yatra and on other occasions. These exchanges with my beloved Guru throughout the years instructed his total heartfelt appreciation of any fumblings that we did in our service. I just want to say thank you, Srila Prabhupada, and hopefully we can continue the fumblings.
Jai Haribol. Thank you, Sukla. Rambaru, and then Prabhu, please. And then Krishna Rupa after Prabhu.
Okay. So I think on this occasion it's really appropriate to lift up Srila Prabhupada's special place in the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition. And part of that requires us knowing a little bit of the history of the Gaudiya Vaishnava mission itself, and that Lord Chaitanya predicted when he was on the planet. In every town and village, my name will be sung. And for that many generations following the prophecy, many Gaudiya Vaishnavas wondered, how is that going to happen? In fact, they couldn't think in terms of outside of India. That maybe Lord Chaitanya was referring to every town and village in India, that this was going to happen. So there's no notion of any other part of the world at that time. And then after Lord Chaitanya departed, there were many acharyas that came, very special. Each one of those acharyas, they propagated Lord Chaitanya's mission in West Bengal. And then after their disappearance, the Gaudiya Vaishnava mission became a little disturbed. The Parampara became a little disturbed. There were so many different bogus sects like Prakriti Sahajiya and Mayavadi and other deviations that started to emerge. And Gaudiya Vaishnavism even became identified at one point as some kind of a sex cult, if you can imagine. And then a few generations later, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur appeared, and he pioneered the reestablishment of the purity and the solidity of Lord Chaitanya's teachings, and bringing the movement again to people's attention as a deep religious, serious tradition. And he was assisted by his son, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, who was very strong in attacking Mayavadi philosophy and the growing secularism of India in order to continue the lineage. Bhaktivinoda Thakur and his son, Bhaktisiddhanta, they were very, not only focused on defeating Mayavadis and Sahajiyas and unbonafide religious expressions, but they were very focused on propagating the religion of this age, the Yuga Dharma, the chanting of the holy names. And supporting that in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we have Kali Kalera Dhamma, Krishna Nama Sankirtan, Krishna Shakti Vinanahi, Tara Pravartana. The fundamental religious system in the age of Kali is the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. Unless empowered by Krishna, one cannot propagate the Sankirtan movement. And this verse underscores the verse, Srila Prabhupada's specialness, because he was empowered to spread the Sankirtan movement all over the world. And it was he who fulfilled this prediction of Lord Chaitanya 500 years earlier, that that the Lord's name would be spread to every town and village, not just inside of India, but also the world. And if you study Srila Prabhupada's story of how he carried out the mission, how he started by himself, although the difficulties he had all throughout of trying to establish Krishna consciousness, it will win your heart over. So I encourage everybody, if they can, to read all the memories, but particularly the Prabhupada Lilamrita and any other of the memories of Prabhupada disciples who were present when Prabhupada was in the early stages of developing this movement. It's said that Prabhupada's mission is non-different than Srila Rupa Goswami's mission, who was a very intimate disciple of Lord Chaitanya. And Prabhupada writes in his own Anjalila, the special function of Srila Rupa Goswami is to establish the feelings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. These feelings are his desires that his special mercy be spread throughout the world in this Kali Yuga. His desire is that all over the world, everyone in every village and every town know of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his Sankirtan movement. These are the inner feelings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Sri Rupa Goswami committed to writing all these feelings of the Lord. And now again, by the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the same feelings are being spread all over the world by the servants of the Goswamis and devotees who are pure and simple. They will appreciate this attempt. Prabhupada also writes in his Advancement in Krishna Consciousness, writes that in his Nectar of Devotion, advancement in Krishna consciousness depends on the attitude of the follower. So, following means to follow the spiritual master. It means accepting the spiritual master's particular mood and emphasis in his relationship with Krishna. And if we look at Srila Prabhupada's own mood toward his Guru Maharaj, one of the exclusive devotion and attention, we can follow that example. Srila Prabhupada writes how Guru Nishta, or faith in your Guru, is the most important point in spiritual life. And he says, all of you, referring to his disciples, all of you are young Westerners. You never studied Vedanta, but you surprised many so-called Vedantists with how to understand Krishna. How has it become possible? Simply by your firm faith in your spiritual master and Krishna and chanting Hare Krishna. That's all. Yasya deve para bhaktir yata deve tata gurau. This is the Vedic process. If we have firm faith in the Guru and firm belief in Krishna Guru, Krishna Paya Bhakti Lata Bija, then we will get Bhakti Lata seed. This is a tendency now, sometimes, that as time goes on, it's sometimes a tendency to be more objective, see things more objective, particularly to think about Srila Prabhupada. Maybe he wasn't so special. After all, he's just one more link in the parampara chain of innumerable gurus stemming from Krishna. But ISKCON devotees are often accused by those outside of ISKCON of being too exclusive in their devotion. Why should we claim a special place for Prabhupada or any other guru? Even within ISKCON, we can hear the advanced realizations of other devotees or see them travel around the world, gain followers, and write their own books. But a follower of Prabhupada won't allow such minimization to creep into their faith. The Srila Prabhupada accomplished something so extraordinary that any comparison to others minimizes his position. This is the nature of an ISKCON devotee, that he or she wants to develop a love for Krishna by following strictly in Srila Prabhupada's footsteps and in the mood that he taught. It will be to Srila Prabhupada's credit and his disciples and succeeding generations of followers to continue with the fixed determination in glorifying His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Such devotion is not fanatical. Prahlad Maharaj expressed a similar sentiment when describing his feelings toward his own spiritual master, Narada Muni. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple and instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? So I'm sure that Srila Prabhupada would encourage this kind of exclusive devotion to his mission and his message. And he expressed such undiverted attention toward his own spiritual master, and he tried to protect ISKCON from the various outside influences that could disturb it or that would misunderstand his application of Krishna consciousness for Westerners.
Jai Rambaru.
Srila Prabhupada.
Haribo. Thank you so much. Prabhu, please. And then Krishna Rupa. If we do go a little over time this morning, everyone, please bear with us. But it's very nectarine to hear the glories of Srila Prabhupada and the wonderful realizations of his followers.
Hare Krishna. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances are unto you, O Spiritual Master, servant of Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Deva and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. Srila Prabhupada's life was a manifestation and confirmation of everything he wrote and spoke about. He was a transcendental warrior on the field of preaching. He once disclosed to a group of disciples, "I want the benediction to fight for Krishna just like Arjuna up until the last breath." We saw with Srila Prabhupada how he was granted this wish as he delivered his Bhaktivedanta purports in the final days of his life, explaining transcendental truths, just like the great exemplar Srila Bhishmadev, as he passed away on his bed of arrows on the battlefield at Kurukshetra. We can take unlimited inspiration from Prabhupada's living example and his demonstration of how to leave this life. In both these ways, he was wonderfully successful. The society that he created and the programs that he cemented in place have provided us the shelter and means to also attain a successful life. Thus we are greatly indebted, and as a loving Father, he has provided us everything we need. And in closing, I wanted to mention now, Srila Prabhupada referred to his own spiritual master as no ordinary spiritual master. We find our attitude is that Srila Prabhupada, he was actually an extraordinary spiritual master. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai. Thank you, Prabhu. Krishna Rupa? Yeah. After Krishna Rupa, Rupa Raghunath, are you out there somewhere? I believe you're going to read an offering from Amoga, who couldn't make it here. He's there? Okay.
I offer my respectful obeisances to His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. Our respectful obeisances unto you, O Spiritual Master, servant of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami. You are kindly preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev and delivering the Western countries, which are filled with impersonalism and voidism. I thought I'd read out the English pranams instead of the Sanskrit. So those of you who don't know the meaning of the Sanskrit, we can worship Prabhupada in this way. So I was speaking to Alanath Prabhu and Mahatsa Prabhu earlier, and we were talking about, okay, where were you when Srila Prabhupada left the planet? When you received the news, what were you doing? And all three of us, of course, remembered exactly what time it was, where we were, and I'm sure as an exercise for devotees who aren't direct disciples of Srila Prabhupada's, that if you asked a Prabhupada disciple, where were you 47 years ago, and what time was it, and how did you feel? It would be an interesting thing to do, interesting exploration. So our Divine Master, as the years roll by, it's so hard to absorb how long it has been since we saw your lotus feet standing before us. Looking at the young faces listening to these homages, it seems like yesterday I was one of them. Now time has indefatigably marched on, and how quickly it does so. At 7:30 p.m. on the 14th of November 1977, surrounded by devotees chanting at your bedside at the Krishna Balaram temple in Vrindavan, you left this mortal world, Srila Prabhupada. You left us bereft, uncomprehending of what life would be like without your transcendental Vapu. While living, you taught us so many lessons. Now you taught us the final lesson, how to depart. I was still a young brahmacharya when you left us, Srila Prabhupada, serving in Mayapur Dham. Unfortunately, I was not able to go to Vrindavan for your final days because there were so few devotees in Mayapur and so much service to do. At times over the years, I would lament that I was not offered the opportunity to see you. But now I have memories of you in good health, and in many ways I'm grateful for that. Still now I cannot view any of those last days' images. They are too devastating. The fact that your ISKCON is not only still standing but continuing to grow is testament to your potency. You are Lord Chaitanya's Senapati Bhakta, his Commander-in-Chief. Your absolute dedication in establishing this world-saving movement has not been wasted. It's still growing, still offering a sanctuary from the cruelty of material life. Of course, we make mistakes. Still there are flaws to be eradicated, and your followers are still learning how to function on the Vaishnava platform. You stress many times in your conversations and lectures how we must care for each other, that members of ISKCON are our family. Srila Prabhupada, we pray that our efforts to fulfill your wishes in this area improve, that we learn forgiveness and acceptance of others, and that we learn how not to be enmeshed in the casual opinions of the uninformed. Srila Prabhupada, we are so very, very grateful to you, but we cannot repay your debt. It's just not possible. Although we are not able to come anywhere near to repaying our debt to you, and we won't hear in this lifetime again the wonderful call of Srila Prabhupada's here upon your arrival at temples around the world, we can still feel your presence in our hearts. We can still hear your transcendental voice. As Srimad Bhagavatam, 4th Canto, chapter 20, verse 25 states, My dear Lord, you are glorified by the selected verses uttered by great personalities. Such glorification of your lotus feet is just like saffron particles. When the transcendental vibration from the mouths of great devotees carries the aroma of the saffron dust of your lotus feet, the forgetful living entity gradually remembers his eternal relationship with you. Devotees thus gradually come to the right conclusion about the value of life. My dear Lord, I therefore do not need any other benediction but the opportunity to hear from the mouth of the pure devotee. End of quote. Srila Prabhupada, your transcendental voice carries that aroma of the saffron mercy dust of Krishna's lotus feet, and we are gradually remembering our eternal relationship with the Lord. Your voice has woken this sleeping soul who stands before you, and who often lapses into a dull and inert state. You have enabled us to start our journey back to the spiritual world, and one day we will be reunited with you in ecstasy. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. You are alive in our hearts, and I beg you to keep me sheltered at your lotus feet. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Haribol. Thank you, Krishna Rupa. So Rupa Raghunath will read an offering from Amoga, please.
Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. So this is an offering from Amoga Prabhu, who couldn't make it so far today, for his senior and early disciple of Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, living love with golden feet. I am waiting, tearful, yearning for a chance your glance to meet. I have seen you in your children, felt their chanting, dancing love, seen their eyes in love, transcending, known you've come here from above. Chanting now with folded eyes, giving Krishna all you own, pure as gold and soft as lotus, you are my eternal home. By Amogadas, December 1970. Is that it? Jai. Amoga Prabhu Ki Jai.
Jai.
Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you, Rupa Raghunath. Just before I hand the microphone to Krishna Rupa, a big thank you to our cooks today, everyone. Head chefs are Radha Ikrath and Krishna Bhavana Radha Devi Dasi, otherwise known by her affectionate nickname Bhavi. Tom and Lucas, Chiara, Narahari, Saki Charan, Lalita Ikrath, Paul on the pots. The Gurukul High School is in there as well. Give them a big hurry ball, everyone. It's pretty hot out there in the engine room this morning. And just an important announcement regarding this Saturday morning at 7 a.m. everyone is Gopastami. It has been advertised for the Sunday feast, but we've had an update on that just this morning. That actually 7 o'clock this coming Saturday morning, which is the 9th of November, Krishna's and Balaram's cows will come in. Radha Govardhanadari's calves will come into the temple room. 7 o'clock this Saturday. So please put that in your diaries. So fantastic. There's still a Sunday feast, yes, as far as I know, that as the first or the second Sunday. Oh no, hang on, I'm getting, no. This is too early. The second Sunday of the month is the Sunday feast, but Gopastami is the Saturday morning at 7 o'clock. Okay, fantastic. Where's she gone? Huh? She's run away. Okay, Krishna Rupa, where are you? You're on? Okay. All right. I'm not going to speak, everyone, because we're way over time. I can say something later, but we have so many glorious second generation, third generation devotees who want to speak.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you so much for all these wonderful homages and glorification of Srila Prabhupada. I want to apologise if devotees who are not on the list, there was a restriction in terms of timing. So devotees that have been able to offer the homages, that's wonderful, but those who haven't been asked, please beg of forgiveness. So I first of all would like to thank Vilas for the beautiful outfit that she handmade for Srila Prabhupada today. And it's absolutely beautiful. And Rati Priya expertly did the buttons and the buttonholes. So thank you to Rati as well. And also thanks to the devotees who did the beautiful decorations for Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa-san. Jai. Big round of applause for them. Hari Hari Bol. So, Sadhana Mataji, would you like to come up? And if one of the men could go and get Garuda from the kitchen. Oh, okay, then Garuda after Sadhana. I had Garuda before, but I didn't see where he was.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. When I first came to New Govardhan, it was my dream to make Radha Govardhan Dari the centre of my life. Srila Prabhupada, what you have given us is unbelievably awesome. There is nothing else that compares with what you have given us here. If we stick to the principles you have taught us and the process you have taught us, we will be healthy, wealthy, and wise. Srila Prabhupada, the mercy you have descended upon us is unimaginable, great fortune to us. Please accept my uttermost respect to you on this day and every day. You showed us how to live and how to leave our bodies in full Krishna consciousness. Yours always, begging to be indebted to you, your servant Sadhana Dasi. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadhana. Garuda Govinda Prabhu. And then followed by Ramanuja from New Zealand, if Ramanuja's around.
Jai Sri Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada ki.
While Garuda's getting the microphone ready, Ambika will be doing the offering.
That's good. Jai Srila Prabhupada, when you first arrived in America, you said many Indian leaders, they come to America saying, we are a poor country, give us rice, give us money, give us this, give us that. But you were saying, I haven't come to beg, I've come to give. With material vision, others were thinking, we are a poor country, we need help. America is a rich country, they should help us. But you, Srila Prabhupada, were saying that actually India is a rich country because transcendental knowledge is there, and America is a very poor country because they're missing the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and this Vedic knowledge. You had that transcendental vision to see that although there is sufficient supply of everything in this world, there is a shortage of God consciousness or Krishna consciousness, and that alone was the cause of all the problems in the world. Widespread moral degradation, ecological imbalances, diseases, wars, exploitation, oppression, poverty, unhappiness, frustration. You used to say that these are all symptoms of a godless civilization. That people didn't really understand not who God is and what it means to be truly devoted to loving Him and serving Him, or obeying His orders, or what it means to surrender to God, which is the highest religious principle. Such intimate associates of Krishna like you are always with Krishna. They see every living entity has a perfect, eternal, loving relationship with Krishna. However, you saw how every conditioned soul had forgotten this, and therefore there was so much suffering, people were so unhappy. Because a completely Krishna consciousness person like yourself has this vision, you become overwhelmed with a deep compassion for them. You could not tolerate seeing living entities suffering due to separation from the Lord. Therefore, out of your pure love for Krishna and your love for us, you personally were prepared to suffer great difficulty, hardship, personal inconvenience in your struggle to establish Krishna consciousness all over the world. It is said the mercy of Krishna follows the mercy of the pure devotee. It is said by the mercy of Krishna, one gets a bona fide spiritual master, and by the mercy of the spiritual master, one gets Krishna. So Srila Prabhupada, You indeed created our good fortune, and you organized so many things just to attract us to Krishna consciousness. Festivals, Sunday feasts, book distribution, temples, Harinams, college programs, Prashadam distribution. You sent preachers all over the world to spread the message of Krishna consciousness. You opened the door to one and all without discrimination. That is your causeless, supreme, uncomparable, and uncommon mercy. You demonstrated there is no qualification needed to make a commitment to bhakti. So it is said, by the mercy of the spiritual master, that one receives the creeper of devotion, which is the transcendental knowledge to awaken our pure love for Krishna. Your guru especially ordered you to go and preach in the Western world and preach the science of Krishna consciousness in English. The Western world means countries where people are grossly materialist, who have no or very little God consciousness at all, and are hopelessly addicted to so many bad habits. Therefore, who is able to spread Krishna consciousness among them? It is completely, actually impossible, unless one is empowered by Krishna. Therefore, there is definitely no doubt that you, Srila Prabhupada, was completely empowered by and received the full mercy of Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and all the previous acharyas. You were the perfect acharya. In the Vayapurana it states, an acharya is one who fully understands the conclusions of the revealed scriptures, and his behavior reflects his deep realizations. He is a living example, for he teaches the meaning of the scriptures both by word and by deed. Srila Prabhupada, you indeed taught us how to tread the path of devotion by your own example. You made so many nice arrangements to help us follow the path to the spiritual world, back to Godhead. Just like a primary school teacher guides the young students to write their ABC, catching hold of our hand, you have taught us what other gurus are not able to teach, what other gurus do not know. You are simply canvassing on Krishna's behalf for everyone to become devoted to Krishna, to God, to try to understand God, for everyone to learn to love God, for everyone to become expert in the science of God. You taught us that this Vedic knowledge is universal knowledge and wisdom. It's not just for a particular religion, time, place, culture. Like the sunshine, it is for everyone. Everyone can benefit from it. You had that vision of universal brotherhood. You used to say, the same sun shines in America and India. You cannot say this is Indian sun or American sun or Australian sun. Although you may be a foreigner traveller, you may see same sun and moon here. So why should you think yourself a foreigner? No one is a foreigner in God's kingdom. Everyone is a brother and sister. Everyone is under God's sunshine, and the Supreme Lord is our ultimate Father. He has created all of us.
Sorry, Garuda.
I'll just finish. You once said, I am creating a whole new civilization here in the West that people haven't even dreamed of. A free and happy life with no anxieties and great hope of going back to Godhead in this life. So we are all very fortunate and very happy to be a part of Srila Prabhupada's new civilization. Srila Prabhupada ki!
Thank you. We've only got 10 minutes now. So is Ramanuja from New Zealand here? Okay, if you could just keep it for a few minutes, Prabhu. Thank you.
I was listening to some of the offerings. Krishna Rupa, yourself, you mentioned if people could remember what they were doing on the day Srila Prabhupada left. And I do remember that. I was living in Lismore and we were travelling up to the Gold Coast to a function, an unmentionable function,
And I picked up 3 hitchhikers, 3 brahmacharis, and they said they were coming here for a festival because their spiritual master had just left the planet. And I was only about 30, 40 kilometres from here. So we didn't join till 1979, so we didn't see Srila Prabhupada personally. But had the good fortune, spent many years in India, and we met some of his god brothers. The epitome of humility. So it gave us a slight indication of how Srila Prabhupada was himself. And Ram Prasad Prabhu mentioned Srila Prabhupada's Vani, and of course we never got to meet him in person, but we've been able to do many, many things on behalf of him, and have never forgotten for a minute that whatever we've been able to achieve was simply by his mercy, even though we'd never even met him. And Rambaru Mataji mentioned how sometimes we're accused of this exclusivity towards Srila Prabhupada. But as you know, Mataji, in Sanskrit and Hindi, the word for somebody like Srila Prabhupada is Samstapacharya, the founder Acharya. They're not just a guru in a line of gurus, they're the founder Acharya, and it puts them in an elevated position. So it's not exclusivity. He's our founder Acharya. He's special. And Mahotsa Prabhu mentioned something about Srila Prabhupada's humility. And if you bear with me, I have a 60-second soundbite. It's only 60 seconds. And it's Srila Prabhupada, and I think this probably demonstrates the epitome of Srila Prabhupada's humility. I'll play this, it's only 1 minute. Please listen carefully.
Jimang bhaktya prajachyat. Real thing is bhakti. What you can offer to Krishna, everything belongs to Krishna. What you have got? What is your value? And what is the value of your things? There is nothing. Therefore, the real thing is bhaktya. Real thing is your feeling. Krishna, kindly take it. I have no qualification. I am most rotten fallen. But I have brought this thing for you. Please take. This will be accepted. Don't be perturbed. Always be careful. You are dealing with Krishna. That is my request. Thank you very much.
I think that goes without saying. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Now Madhurangi will be giving her offering, followed by Julan.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you, the spiritual gardener, who plants bhakti seeds wherever you go, nourishing those seeds with wisdom, patience, and encouragement. My respects to you and gratitude for taking the role of teacher. Despite being overly qualified, you accepted the position and the challenge of teaching repeat students who have been stuck, regressing rather than progressing for lifetimes. You inserted yourself into our lives in the most gentle and determined way. Confident in the process and applying the correct amount of pressure, you've created Vaishnavas who shine bright. Having taken the baton, they carry the light of the Bhagavat. For those who tapped out prematurely, you grieved. You understood the challenges and obstacles, in particular, warning us of the mind. In the Vrindavan Days book by Hayagriva, you said, speaking about the mind, if you don't control him, he'll kill you. But if you control him, you have a friend. Then success is guaranteed. Maya will stand before you with folded hands. Harigriva commented, "When will that day come?" You said, "When you get serious, it all depends on your desire. Krishna consciousness cannot be checked by any material impediment." Through your years of preparation, you learnt to take shelter in the holy name, the order of your spiritual master, and the blessings of the Vaishnavas. You conquered the mind, the greatest feat. Despite its wild nature and speed, you tamed the beast, and in return gained Maya's pranams and Krishna's favor. I pray to take this process you've given seriously. In Srimad Bhagavatam 5.11.17, in the purport, you wrote, "When one receives the seed of devotional service by the mercy of the Guru and Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one's real life begins. If one abides by the orders of the spiritual master, by the grace of Krishna, he is free from service to the mind." There is much talk of financial freedom, free speech, freedom of rights, and yet more than ever, we are under the control of external elements. Intoxication, our phones, food addictions, addicted to seeking out sense gratification, fame, and happiness. As science advances, so does the illusion. The promise and pursuit of happiness has created a mental health crisis. Now slowly people are understanding that discipline brings freedom. They seek out the solution you have tried to share all along. Today I pray, please let me be disciplined in my practice of bhakti. Let me be a qualified disciple in this glorious line. Let me seek shelter in Shastra, Krishna, and the Vaishnavas. Let me begin real living by understanding the significance of your instructions and following them. Let my desire to love Krishna only increase. Prabodhananda Saraswati says in Chaitanya Charitamrita, by service to the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is essentially to spread the Sankirtan movement, that is the way to get Radharani's mercy. Your father prayed for you to be a devotee of Radharani, and that you are, making Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission your life and soul. It is said through book distribution, serving mass prasadam, and opening temples and namhatas, and other devotional services, that is the qualification to get your mercy, to go back home, back to Godhead. If I am to be ambitious, let it be to fight the good fight, to serve wholeheartedly, and by doing so gain the qualifications required for your mercy. Your purification of my physical, this is a prayer by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. For purification of my physical body, I bathe regularly using water. However, for the complete purification of myself and my existence, I bathe in the nectar of the words of Rupa Goswami. Was that bell for me? Okay. Rupa, you are indeed one of the greatest Srila Prabhupada, and your devotion exemplary. My obeisances to you.
Thank you, Madhurangi. We've got Pushpanjali in 1 minute. And my apologies, Julian, if you have a quick offering, if you'd like to make it quickly. Dhammarupini, you're on the list. My apologies, we've run out of time, but if you could offer it to Prabhupada after tonight at 5:30. Sorry.
Hare Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, when I was staying at Vrindavan, one friend of mine who was visiting me asked me, where is my favorite place in Vrindavan? Out of so many holy places, I said it was your house in Krishna Balaram Temple or Radha Damodara Temple, where you visioned this whole movement. Although obviously Vrindavan is Krishna's land, without you, I am like a blind woman, still holding on to your dhoti. When I first read one of your small books 12 years ago, I think it was a matchless gift. Everything you wrote made sense to me. So I read on, moving on to next book and another book, and then finally had to admit that there is no doubt in your teachings. It was the book Science of Self-Realization that convinced me. When I first reading the last page, I cried for 2 reasons. I cried because I finally found the truth. And I cried because I didn't want to surrender and give up my dear old life of enjoyment. Prabhupada, when I was reading your book, I really felt as if you knew me. You already knew what my questions and doubts are and cleared them all. There was true compassion. You actually took the pains of the people in the material world. Otherwise, how could you write such a way? Dear Prabhupada, not only you gave me Krishna, but also you gave me guru, friends, family, and community. While you chose to be completely alone in a place where nobody knows you, you created a whole society for us, and you even took on the headache to maintain it. Dear Prabhupada, you gave us everything. I am forever indebted to you. Therefore, today, I pray that may your desire become my desire. Although you don't desire anything but for Krishna, I beg your mercy so that my petty selfish desire doesn't get in the way of serving you. Then my life will be a great success. Your servant, Julan Devidasi.
Jai Haribol, thank you so much. So, apologies to some devotees who were invited to speak, but we do have to stick to this time frame, everyone. The whole Gurukul is here and they're on a tight scholastic schedule. So please be upstanding, everyone. We can move the mats around, and we're going to now have Srila Prabhupada Pushpanjali. Narahari Prabhu is both going to recite the prayers to our glorious Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya and also lead the kirtan in honour of His Divine Grace. And I think the baskets of flowers and the garlands are just now coming. So please come forward, everyone. We can come right up very close to Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa-san today. Yeah, got to take this microphone further, right up to the front.
Prabhupada's one at the end?
Yes. Just do the abbreviated. Yeah, you only have to do one and then Prabhupada's pranams.
Yeah, I'll do all of them and then just do Prabhupada's pranam.
Start now.
Haribol. Hope everyone has flowers. Please repeat after me. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Saha Gana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati iti Namine Shivarshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojvala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namastute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambhode Padam Bhujaya Te Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchid Ananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhumistvam Nirdishta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Maha Varanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tvishe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Matsarvasya Padambojo Radha Madana Mohano Divya Vrindaranya Kalpa Drumadaha Srimad Ratnagara Simhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Deva Pristalibis Sevyamana Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambi Vamshi Vata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Swanir Gopi Gopinata Shriyastunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Haripriye Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Jai Supasvanjali Srila Prabhupada ki Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Jai Srila Prabhupada ki Samsara dava nadanida loka tranaya karuna
Gana Gana Tvam Samsaratava Nadanida Loka Pranaya Karuna Samsaradava Nadanida Loka Pranaya Karuna Gana Gana Tvam Nadanida Loka Pranaya Karuna Prapta Sekalyana Unanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Prapta Sekalyana Unanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu ke Tana Nitya Gita Vadita Majan Manasara Sena Mahaprabhu ki Tana Nitya Gita Vadita Majan Manasara Sena Romanchakampa Sutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Romanchakampa Sudaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Sringaratanma Tiramajanajo Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Sringaratanman Yuktasya Bhaktam Taniyunjatapi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Yuktasya Bhaktam Taniyunjatapi Vande Guru Shri Chaturvidakshi Bhagavad Prasado Sadhana Tripta Hari Bhakta Sangha Ratur Vidakshi Bhagavad Prasado Sadhana Tripta Hari Bhakta Sangha Kritaiva Triptin Vajato Sadeva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kritaiva Triptin Vajato Sadeva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Radhikama Tabayara Para Madhurya Leela Gunarupanatma Shri Radhikama Tabayara Para Madhurya Leela Pratikshanasan Sanalalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Pratikshanasan Sanalalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nikunja Yuna Ratikele Sejay Yaya Lebeyo Dirapekshaniya Nikunja Yuna Ratikele Sejay Yaya Lebeyo Dirapekshaniya Tatra Pidakshat Hativalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Tatra Pidakshat Hativalabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Sakshadaritve Nasamasa Shastre Uktasya Tava Yatayeva Sati Sakshadaritve Nasamasa Shastre Uktasya Tava Yatayeva Sati Kintu Prabhurya Priyayeva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Kintu Prabhurya Priyayeva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vindam Yasya Prasadan Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadan Nagati Kutopi Yasya Prasadan Bhagavat Prasado Yasya Prasadan Nagati Kutopi Jayam Subham Sasya Yasya Chitandam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Jayam Subham Sasya Yasya Chitandam Vande Guru Sri Jayam Subham Sasya Yasya Chitandam Vande Guru Sri Charanara Vindam Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Go Haribo, 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 Nitai Go Haribo, Nitai Go Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo, Nitai Gaur Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaur Haribo. Jai Srila Prabhupada again! Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamine Namine Namo Prastaya Bhutale Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Chacha Desatarine Namaste Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Shri Advaita Gadadara Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gaura Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jaya Nitai Gaur Hariva, 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 Gaur Hariva. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai go Hariba, 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 God Hariba, Hariba. Nitai God Hariba, 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 God Hariba, Hariba. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, everybody, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, one more time. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo, Haribo.
Srila Prabhupada ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Acharya Astu Tarasata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Sabai Charanara Bindu Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki. ISKCON BBT founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Astu Tarasata Sri Sriman His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada Ki Ananda Gauri Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Sakaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sid Vaidika Radha Sivasadi Sri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Sisi Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhana Ki Sri Vrindavan Dhamma Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Jamunamayi Ki Tulsi Devi Maharani Ki Bhakti Devi Ki Sham Veda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Harinam Sankirtana Ki Yugovardhan Dharma Ki Srila Prabhupada's Tirubhav Maha Mahotsava Ki Srila Prabhupada Ki Gaura Premanande. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to the assembled devotees. Oh, glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga.
Someone else. We'll just sing the Nrsingadev prayers quickly. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadadayine Hiranyakashipurvakshaha Shilantanganakalaye Ita Nrsinga Parato Nrsinga Yato Yato Yamritato Nrsinga Ahir Nrsinga Hridaye Nrsinga Bahir Nrsinga Hridaye Nrsinga Narasingha Madhim Sharanam Prapade Narasingha Madhim Sharanam Prapade Avakara Kamala Varenaka Adbhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanabringa Kesavadita Nararirupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Kamala Varenaka Bhuta Shinga Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanabringa Kesavadita Nararirupa Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Kesavadita Nararirupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Kesavadita Nararirupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nrsingadev 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 Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Nrsingadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Shri Shingare Bhagavan ki, Bhaktaraj Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Tagore Premanande.
Some more ecstatic glorification of Srila Prabhupada recommencing at 5:30 this evening, everyone. But for now, please go and honour a wonderfully delicious feast in honour of His Divine Grace. Srila Prabhupada ki. And Gopastami, Saturday morning, 7 o'clock, here in the temple. Festivals just keep rolling on here at New Govardhan. Hari Bo!